So I'm going to the code. So for optimizing the way we are rendering the image on canvas screen, so first let's add a unique ID for our move. Okay, so here I'm just going to add the unique ID here for our move. Okay, and then in the canvas part, okay, component, we are going to modify the use draw hook. Okay, so we are not going to pass the draw all moves to this component. So we are going to refactor, change that use draw thing. Okay, so that is, let's go to this use draw. Here I'm going to remove this draw all moves function. Okay, and in the draw on the set thing, so here first thing I'm going to create here first one variable. I'm going to name here like temp image data. Okay, so here I'm just going to name here it as something like temp image data, and this is going to be of type image data or undefined. Okay, okay, fine. So here in the draw and set part, I'm completely going to remove this. So first thing, if there is it's undefined, it's not undefined, so I'm just going to get the image data. Okay, here, okay, x and y coordinate, this one, and width and height I'm going to get from the canvas on the context. Okay, so fine. So once I get this, okay, so if there is the image data, I'm just going to here put image data into our context. Okay, in this way, and pass in the 0,0 as the coordinates. Okay, this is how I'm going to set the image onto our context. Okay, and now here for the move part, I'll just going to add here the id, the empty string. Okay, and also here I'm just going to set the radius and the other things I think I forgot here. Okay, temp size with 0 and height also with 0, and then I'm just going to set image data also to undefined. Okay, fine. So that's the change in this our use draw component. And in the moves handler also, we are going to change the draw move function here. So here first thing is the draw move I'm going to change. Here I'm going to remove the param. We are going to add here the additional, which is going to be optional. This is going to be of type HTML image element. Okay, and here I'm going to completely remove this from the promise. Okay, so what I mean to say is I'm just going to remove this promise. Okay, so here and no resolve now, no, I'm just going to return here, and move options we are going to collect, and if it's image I'm just going to call the draw image function. Okay, so here if it's image and we have the image value from the input param, Okay, I'm just going to call the draw image function on our context object. So and then I'm going to pass in the image and the coordinates. Okay, so here path of 0 comma 0 and 0 comma 1. Okay, fine. And then this is going to remain same. Okay, and here at the end I'm just going to remove this thing and also here. Okay, so this is the draw component change. Okay, so fine, so that's the change in this draw move. And in the draw all moves, okay, here we are going to change this one as well. First thing is I'm going to get the images, in this way. So let's create here the images. So I'm going to use the promise dot all. Okay, and here I'm going to it filter from the sorted moves, where if move dot options dot shape shape is equals to image. Okay, and then I'm just going to get all of them and then I'm just going to return the new promise of type HTML image element. So here now in this callback thing, I'm just going to create here the new image object and do the same thing. Assign the source to be move.base64 and the ID it's going to be move.id and image.add event listener. I'm just going to add event listener to load, and then I'm just going to call by passing in the image. Okay, so this is how I'm going to get the images. So once I get those images, and then I'm just going to iterate through each sorted moves, and for each move I'm going to check if move dot options dot shape is equals to image. Okay, then I'm just going to collect into one variable image, so that is images dot find by the ID. So here move.id, so here move.id, and here after this if we found that image, I'm just going to call the draw move function by passing in the move along with the image. Else I'm just going to call the draw move by just passing in the move. Okay, this is the thing. And here I'm going to remove this. So after this I'm just going to call the function copy canvas to small. So that is the thing here. And here after this in the health part we were we'll have to make changes here. So first thing I'm going to collect the last move into one variable. Okay, so this is going to be nothing but sorted moves dot length -1. Okay, so here if last move dot options dot shape is equals to image, I'm going to create one image object. So new image, and I'm just going to assign the source to be last move dot base 64, and then add the event listener to this load thing, and then I'm just going to call here the draw move. Okay, and by passing in the last move along with the image. Okay, else I'm just going to call the draw move with the last move. Okay, fine. So and we can remove this. So that's the change in this thing. So and now to assign the unique id to move object, so we are going to install the unique id generator for that. So I'm just going to install this unique id generator version 4. Okay, and then we are going to this server thing. So here in the server, so here for the move, so here I'm just going to assign here for the move the id. Okay, so I'm just going to apply this. Okay, fine, the TypeScript error. Okay, fine, so now we should be this is the way how we do optimize the way we render the image on the canvas part. Okay, so fine, and now let's quickly get this copy pasting also done. So for that, I'm going to create one separate helper function. Okay, so in our commons library thing, so here I am quickly going to create here a new file. So I'm going to name this as optimize image .ts. Okay, fine, so quickly let's name create this component. So optimize image, and this is going to receive the file which is of type file and the callback function. So this is going to receive the URI in its input param, and I'm just going to here so use the file resizer from React image file resizer, and I'm going to call the image file resizer and pass in the file, and width and height for now I'm just going to keep them as a constants. Okay, and the other things in compression format, we are going to pass in whatever we passed before. So quickly I'm just getting this done, and here in the callback function I'm just going to call this by passing in the converting it to string. Okay, and here the output type I'm just going to say it as a base64. Okay, fine, so this is the component. Now let's go to our image chooser. So if we go to our components, image chooser, so here I'm going to import that, and also parallelly going to handle the pasting of it. So here let's have one use effect. So first thing, how do we handle this thing is I'm going to create one function called handle paste. So this is going to be event of type clipboard event. So here first I'm going to get the items. Okay, so by using the clipboard data dot items. Okay, if there are items, okay, so I'm going to loop through each of the items, and I'm going to check if item dot type, okay, dot it includes the image. Okay, so if this includes the image, I'm just going to get that file. Okay, so item dot get as file, and then if this is not null, I'm just going to call this function which is the optimize image by passing in the file, and in the callback I'm just going to set this into our move image variable. Okay, so once okay, there is, okay, fine, so once I have that, Fine. Now here I'm just going to add the event listener to the paste event. Okay, and here then I'll be passing in this function. Okay, same thing. I'm just in the on destroy, I'm just going to remove the event listener on this paste. Okay, fine. So once I have this and the dependencies I'm just going to add here, it's going to be set move image. Okay, so fine. And here now instead of calling this resizer thing, I'm just going to use this optimize image, and then I'm just going to pass in the file, and then a URI I'm just going to update into our move image variable. Okay, so fine. So let me remove this, and here okay, fine. So I'm just reordering the inputs. Okay, fine. And there is some issue inside here in the move image. No, I just have to pass in the ID for this, I think so. So let's quickly pass the ID for this, that is move image. So let's see here. Yeah, so I just have to pass in the ID. So I'm just going to pass in the ID. So let's set it this way. Okay, but ideally what's the issue here? There is some issue in the server file with respect to socket. We no need to this, we no need this. Okay, and also we are setting the ID here, so the issue that we are saying should not be there in the move image. So if I remove this, we should not receive, but ideally because I am setting in the server side. Okay, but I don't see the need for us to set the ID in the move image. Okay, I don't know. So is it that I'm doing some mistake in the server file? No, right? So let's check now. At least we should see able to copy paste the image. So I'm just going to join a room. Okay, so let's copy the image. I mean this is same. So I'm just going to so let's go to the file section. Okay, so here some files. Okay, I'm just going to copy this, and then I'm going to our canvas. So hopefully now if I press on Ctrl plus V, we should be able to paste that. Okay, so here I'm just pressing Ctrl plus V. Yep, now you see, since we have added the event listener on the paste event, so we are able to copy it and then able to move it and use it. Okay, so fine. So the copy paste we have copy paste of the image we have added, and the next thing we will focus on improving. See, now if you see here the shapes, okay, circle. So let's improve this to ellipse, if you want to draw the ellipse thing. So I'm going to make changes in the multiple files to make us easier to draw the ellipse part. Okay, so I'm going to add that, and then we'll focus on, we have this undo button. So like, let's say, like if I click on this, I'm just able to undo this. So same way we will have the functionality to redo it. Okay, so we'll focus on those two things now. So let's go back to the code. So for improving the eclipse shape, so I'm going to completely redefine the properties of a move type. Okay, so here I know so let's here add this. Okay, so for now, okay, fine, at least, yeah. And in the type section, so here this. So for moves I'm going to completely add separate properties for each shape. So for circle, I'm just going to add the x coordinate and y coordinate. Okay, and also the radius, and also for y. Okay, so here for circle, and similarly for width also, I'm just going to, for a rectangle also, I'm just going to have this width and height thing. Okay, and this base 64 also, I'm just going to move into image thing. So that is, I'm just going to move it this way. So now I no longer need this base 64, and also I'm just going to remove this radius, width and height. Okay, so that's the change here. So now going to our move image. Okay, so here I'll have to add in here. So first thing, I'm just going to remove here these three things. So here first we'll add for the rectangle. So width, I'm just going to set the 0, and height also I'm going to set to 0. And then for circle, okay, so cx and everything, I'm just going to set 0. Okay, okay, so I just have to add in the comma here, and so it has to be 0. Fine, and then the image. So here base 64, I'm just going to assign this move image value, and then I'm going to remove this base 64. Okay, so fine. And now in the canvas, helpers, for this circle, I'm going to add in here the additional thing, so which is the shift I'm going to add, this is going to be shift which is the optional boolean type. Okay, so first is I'm going to calculate the cx. Okay, so cx, so it's going to be nothing but x plus from this by 2. Okay, So same for cy. Okay, so from 1 by 2. Okay, and let's have the radius x and the radius y to be set to 0 initially, and if the shift is true, okay, I'm just going to let's copy this, and here I'm just going to rename this to distance. Okay, so here then the radius x, it's going to be the d by math dot square root of 2 by 2. Same for the radius y. Okay, so fine. And in the health part, okay, what's the issue here? Okay, fine. So in the health part, if shift is not true, okay, I'm just going to assign radius x as cx minus from of 0, and y it's going to be cy minus from of 1. Okay, and finally here, instead of calling on the arc, I'm just going to pass to the ellipse, and here we are going to pass in the cx, and here the cy. Okay, and here I'm just going to pass in the radius x and then the radius y. Okay, so and here I have to add the start angle. Okay, I mean fine. And here we are just going to return now the those cx, cy, and radius x and the radius y. Okay, so that's the change in this the helpers. Okay, so now going to our use draw hook. Okay, so I'm just going to define here so we did had this radius variable, so now I'm just going to rename this to temp circle, and now this will have 4 properties. So okay, so this is going to be cx, so I'm just going to set everything to 0. So radius x to 0 and 0. Okay, fine. So now let's make use of this in the case of circle. So here I'm just going to assign it to this circle, temp circle. Fine. So and also in the move here we have to change here the radius. Okay, so now the rectangle, so it's going to be whatever we have in this temp size. Okay, and also I'm going to remove both of this, and this one also. Okay, in circle it's going to be whatever we have in this circle. Okay, and then the image base 64, I'm just going to make this as empty string. Okay, and the path will be temp moves. Okay, and options, timestamp. Okay, and I'm just going to remove this base 64. Okay, and after this, okay, so here the circle, I'm just going to copy this. So Here I'm just going to assign everything back to 0. Okay, so that's the change here. And now going to the use moves handler. So here we do have here, if this is true, else I'll have to add and set this composite attribution to source over. Okay, so let me change here. Fine, so now to the line. Okay, I mean the circle, I will have to get it from circle. I mean destructure those 4 values, so cx, cy, radius x, and radius y from move.circle. So I'm just going to here to the ellipse, I'm just going to pass in those here. So I'm just going to cx, cy, and then the radius x, radius y. Okay, fine. So we do have an here issue, so I'm just going to wrap in this. Okay, fine. And now for the rectangle also, here I'm just going to get width and height from move dot rectangle. So here I'm just going to change in here. Okay, fine. So that's the change here. And now going here downside, also we do have an issue, so this would be nothing but the image dot base 64. Okay, and also here this would be image dot base 64. Okay, so that is it. So now we should be ideally able to see the ellipse drawing. So let's go and check it out. Okay, so I'm just going to refresh this. I mean, we're going to join new room. So let me select here this. Okay, so now you see we are able to draw the ellipse. Okay, and similarly now if I hold the shift, now I should be getting, okay, so here I do, okay, I have selected this. Okay, here holding on shift. Okay, now you see I'm able to draw the circle. So without shift I will be able to draw the ellipse. Okay, so the thing we wanted to draw holding on shift the circle, and without shift the ellipse, we are able to do it good. So next thing is redoing part. So for redoing, first thing is I'm going to create so for now, till now, we for saved moves we did define the local variables, and there we were maintaining the state of them, but now I wanted to move up to the recoil state. So first let's create the state for saved moves. So going back to the code. Okay, so in the recoil thing, I'm just going to create here new folder. I'm going to name this as saved moves. Okay, so as usual, let's quickly create the atoms, hooks, and the index file. Okay, so quickly let's create here the file saved moves dot atoms.ts. okay, so here I'm going to quickly export saved moves atom, and this is going to be of type move array. So here key, I'm just going to name this as saved moves, and default I'm just going to set it to empty array, and I'll have to import the atom from Recoil. Okay, so fine, so this is the thing. And for hooks, okay, let's create here a new file. So I'm just going to name this as savedmoves.hooks.ts. Fine, so here quickly export const I'm going to name this as useSavedMoves. So first thing, let's get the set saved moves using the use set recoil state recoil state, and then I'm going to pass the saved moves atom. So let's define one function which I'm going to name as an add saved move. So here I'm just going to receive the move as the input param for this function, and then I'm just going to update the set saved move. So whatever the previous value we do have, I'm just going to keep it them as it is. Okay, so here, and I'm just going to add the new move to this. So this is the add save one, and similarly let's have the function to remove saved move. So here I'm going to define one variable which is of type move. So it can be of type move, or I'm just going to name this to be undefined. So here set saved moves. So first let's get the previous moves here. Okay, and here I'm just going to get the move at first 0th index, and then I'm just going to return the previous moves dot slice 1. Okay, so fine. So and then I'm just going to return this move. Okay, so what's the issue here? Okay, fine. And the one more function which is going to clear the saved moves. Okay, so I'm just going to set to empty array. So here set saved moves, I'm just going to set it to empty one, and finally I'm just going to return from this the add saved move and remove saved move and clear saved moves. Okay, fine. And these are the hooks, and I'm going to create the index file, index.ts, and quickly let's firstly export default the saved moves atom, and then I'm just going to export the use saved. So I'll have to import them. So use saved moves, so I'm just going to export them. Okay, so now I do have the saved move state. Okay, so now we are going to use this. So first thing, this is okay. So let's make the changes, wherever I feel like the changes start to be made. So in the room hooks, okay, so here in the remove my move section, so here we were just popping it out. So I am first going to store this into one variable move, and then I'm just going to return this from this function. Okay, and so after this, in the home component, so we do have some issues here. Okay, so it's just the reordering issue. Okay, fine. So now going to the home component. Okay, so where is it? Here I would need so we'll not make any changes here. So in the users list, okay, So here I'm going to so even here either we can, if you want the better way, we can destructure from the room and only get the users and then do it. Okay, that's fine, so not a problem. So now let's go to the canvas, so the main thing. So here I'm going to define here, I mean get the width and height from use viewport size hook, and also the x and y coordinates. So we do have this, sorry, we do have this. So here okay, fine. And so the main thing, the change we will be making here is let's so we did add the saved moves. Okay, so let's go directly to the place where we would need that. So in the use draw hooks, okay, I am going to import here the used saved moves. Okay, so here, and also I'm going to get the clear saved moves from our use saved moves. Okay, and then this once we are emitting this draw event, okay, here I'm just going to call this clear saved moves too. Okay, fine. And in the again, what's the issue? Okay, fine, just the okay in the use moves handler. So let's import this use saved moves. Okay, here first thing is, let's first get those functions. Okay, I'm just going to get the add saved move. Okay, and then remove saved move. Okay, and here I'm just going to destructure from this use saved moves. Okay, in the handle undo function. So first thing, let's go to the undo function. So here I am going to first get from, let's collect this into variable, and if this is not null, then I'm just going to add it to our saved move, and then I'm going to emit the undo thing. Okay, so I'll have to quickly disable this no, I'll just okay, fine. So now we'll not say an issue. So after this, I'm just going to create here the one more function called handle redo. Okay, here we are going to here based on if the context is true, and I'm just going to get the move from our remove saved move. Okay, and then if that move is not null, and then I'm just going to emit the draw event. Okay, so this is how we are going to redo the undo part. Okay, using the saved moves. Okay, here fine. And now in the here I'm just going to rename this to undo redo keyboard. Okay, so let's rename this to undo redo keyboard. And also here I'm just going to check else if e dot key is y. Okay, e dot key is equals to y, and e dot control key is held, then I'm just going to call this handle redo, and here we'll just pass in here handle undo redo keyboard, and here also. Okay, and now we are going to add this handle redo here as well. Okay, fine. And so that's the change here. And mostly this should be it. So now let's go and check it out. Okay, so let's go. Okay, I am going to disable for this too. So okay, so now let's go and check the output. So here let me refresh and create a room. Okay, so I'm going to draw here v I n. Okay, so on control z n is removed, so now on control y n should be back. Okay, yep, you see now the redo functionality is added. So on undoing it, we are saving it to our saved moves. Okay, and again if key control y is pressed, we are emitting that move, and then emitting the draw event, so that it will be added back to our canvas. Okay, so the control y functionality to redo is also successfully added. So next we will now we are just added the key event. Okay, so for better way would be like, let's add that as an option, as a button to the toolbar. Okay, so let's go and add the redo button to the toolbar. So for redo button onto toolbar, so first thing I'm going to expose that as one ref from our context. So let's go to context. So here I'm going to add here the additional ref. So I'm just going to name this as redo ref. So this is going to be of type ref object, and here this is going to be of type same HTML button element. Okay, and so let's quickly copy this, and I'm just going to rename them. So it's going to be redo ref. So I'm just going to pass here okay, so now we have this thing, and in the use refs part. Okay, so I just have to update here in this part. So let me get this thing. Okay, and fine, so that's fine. So now let's create one component for that. So I'm going to create a new component inside the toolbars. Okay, so here I'm going to add those undo and redo into the single component. So for that I'm going to name this as something like it's related to histories, right? So I'm just going to name this as history buttons. Okay, so here fine. So first let's define this component history buttons. So let's destructure the redo ref and undo ref from our use refs, and here, and then I'm going to get the my moves thing. Okay, from our use my moves, and then the saved moves. Okay, so saved moves, I'm going to get it from use saved moves. Fine, so here so saved moves, let's do one thing. Let's go to this saved moves, hooks. So I am going to rename this to use set saved moves because this is related to update. Okay, so I'm just going to export the same thing, but here the saved moves. Okay, so I'm going to name this as use saved moves. Okay, so here I'm just going to use the recoil value, and here pass in the saved moves atom, and then I'm just going to return the saved moves. Fine, so we'll have to go to the hooks again. I know here I'll just have to update here set saved moves. Okay, so and here as well, so it will be use set saved moves, right? I think that's the name we defined, I guess. Sorry, saved moves. Yeah, so mostly okay, did I not export that saved moves? No, I do have use set saved moves. So let's just copy this, go here, and I think it's the same. I mean, just it's taking time to reload. Okay, let's not worry about that. So here, okay, so in the history buttons, now let's focus on the UI thing. So I'm going to wrap everything inside fragment. So here the button, so let's give the styling for this, make this is going to be disabled and opacity, let's give something like 25. Okay, and I'm just going to attach here the redo ref, and disabled I'm just going to disable if the saved moves is not having any saved moves. Okay, so here the icon that we'll be using is the far redo from React icons. Okay, fine, and same way I'm just going to have one more button for undo part. So here it's going to remain the same. So let's apply the same opacity. Okay, and attach the undo ref, and then this will be disabled if my mouse is not having any value. Okay, fine, here the icon would be undo icon. So and then I'm just going to export this. Fine, so now the component that we want is ready. So let's go to the toolbar. So in the toolbar I'm going to here I'm just going to remove this completely, the undo thing, and then add this history buttons. Okay, so here we no longer need this undo ref, so I'm just going to remove this. Fine, and also the undo icon. Okay, so that's the change here. So yeah, so mostly this is the change. So let's go and check it out. We should be able to and also yeah, in the canvas part. Okay, so let's go to the canvas component. Here I'll have to add this redo ref thing. So that is, I'm just going to get this handle redo as well. Okay, so let's have the redo button as well here. So I'm just going to add the event listener for that too, and then I'm going to, so here redo button dot add event listener, that is click. I'm just going to call the handle redo thing, and here I'm just going to remove event listener to click and pass in this handle redo. Okay, and now the here I'll just have to add in the handle redo and then the redo ref. Okay, so mostly this is it. So now let's go to the output and check it out. So hopefully we should see the redo button and the functionality. Okay, so let's refresh this. So I'm just creating a room. Okay, I do have an issue in this handlers. Okay, I did rename them, right? So you said saved moves. I don't see. Okay, I don't know why. Maybe. Okay, so now what's this? So now check it out. Okay, so I'm just going to refresh this and create new room. Okay, yeah, now they are disabled because we don't have any moves. Okay, so now let's, so okay, so first thing I'm going to undo this. Okay, but I wanted to add that back. So okay, this is not working, so let's go back. What's this? Okay, there is some issue with respect to redo. Okay, so let's check again. Okay, so looks like there is an issue with the redo. So where did I miss? In the handlers, I am not at all exporting this. So how do I expect this to work? Okay, so, and that we were using inside our canvas. Okay, so here I was just importing this. Okay, so now let's check it out. Hopefully it should work. So I'm just going to refresh and create a new room. Okay, so let's do the same thing. Okay, something. Okay, fine. So let's undo this, clicking on this. Yep. So now the undo and redo is working fine. So I'm just going to do it in the same way. So yeah, so I did add the redo button to the toolbar, and we're able to achieve the functionality. Okay, so now we are going to focus on the selection part. Okay, and also focus on this as of now, we did add this redo button. So next I will focus on functionality of selecting particular part of our canvas, and also copy the clipboard option 2, so that whatever we select, we wanted to copy that. So that also we will focus. So let's go back to the code. So first, here in the use draw hook, okay, if you if you see in the helpers, draw circle, and in this helpers, okay, here, if you see to calculate the height and width, we repeatedly wrote this thing. So what we'll do, we will create here separate function for that. So I'm just going to name that as get width and height, and then we are going to reuse that into in the both the draw circle and draw rectangle function. Okay, so I'm just going to name this as get width and height. So here this is going to receive the x coordinate and y coordinate, and then the from, which is going to be array. Okay, and then the shift, it's boolean, which is optional. Okay, and then here we are going to define two variables. One is for width, so width is initially I'm going to have x minus from 0, and height, it's going to be y minus from 1. Okay, so here now I'm just going to so here, based on if shift is true, we are going to calculate in one way. If not, we are going to do it another way. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy this to the else section. So it's going to remain same. So here, and I'm just going to keep it the same way. And in the if section, let's write that. Okay, so fine. And if math dot absolute width is greater than math dot absolute height. Okay, and again here the check is if width is greater than 0, and then the height is less than 0, or it's vice versa, that is width is less than 0 and height is greater than 0. Okay, so I'm just going to negate this. I'm going to set width equal to minus height. Okay, and here else I'm just going to set width is equals to height. Okay, so else if here height is greater than 0 and width is greater than 0, so both are in less than 0, or the height is greater than less than 0 and width is less than 0. Okay, so in this case, I'm just going to set height equals to negative of width. Okay, and else I'm just going to set height equals to width. Okay, so and finally I'm just going to return this width comma height. So this is the helper function. So now in the draw circle part, I'm just going to remove this completely. So here I'm just going to remove everything. So I'm just going to get width and height from the above function, get width and height, and I'm just going to pass here x comma y comma from comma shift. Okay, and here then I'm going to get this cx. Okay, so this is going to be from of 0 plus width by 2, and same let's do for y thing. So this is going to be height by 2. Okay, and radius x, it's going to be maths dot absolute. Okay, this is going to be half of the width, and radius y, this is also going to be half of height. Okay, and then we are just going to pass this, and it's going to remain the same. Okay, so fine. And in the rectangle also I'm just going to remove this everything and just get the width and height from this function by passing in the x, y, and from shift. Okay, so the remaining is going to remain same. And in the use draw hook, okay, so here rather than if you see here calling this drawn set everywhere, so I'm just going to call this here, and I'm going to remove in the in each case. Okay, so simple. And yeah, so that is this just moving up the code to this writing separate get width and height helper. Okay, and also here in the use draw hook. Okay, so here in this here I'm just going to call these things only if the options shape is line. Okay, so what I mean is if options dot shape is line, then only I am going to call this. Okay, so fine. So yeah, that's it. So now let's focus on the selection. So now we'll focus on only drawing. Once we select the select, we should be able to draw kind of filling the rectangle of the portion that we wanted to select. Okay, so first let's for that we are going to make the changes in the types. Okay, so going to the types, first thing here is let's define the mode. I'm just going to define one type, so I'm just going to name this as context mode. So this is going to be of type eraser or draw, or it's going to be type select. Okay, fine. And now in the context option I'm just going to remove this arrays. So because we have this mode, I'm just going to create one variable for mode. So fine, that is going to give us whether it's in the eraser mode, draw mode, or select mode. Okay, so fine. And in the options atom, so if you go here in the options atom, I'm just going to remove this erase, and I'm just going to set a mode to draw, and here. Okay, fine. And so now the changes, and also the component in the toolbar, we had so I'm just going to rename this. So this image chooser, I'm just going to rename this to image picker. Okay, so it's be better, better naming convention. Okay, so let's name this to image picker, and also here I'm going to change picker. Okay, and okay, fine. And so here, okay, so we'll come to this. So now I'm just going to create a new component inside this toolbar. I'm going to name this as something like mode picker. Okay, so mode picker.tsx. so here let's name this component as mode picker. And here first thing, I'm going to get the options from the use options hook. So here options, set options, use options. Okay, so now let's focus on the UI. So everything I'm going to wrap inside the fragment. So first button is for the drawing part. Okay, so here I'm just going to add, so you'll understand this. So here I'm just going to let's make this text to be extra large, and here depending upon if options dot mode is equals to draw, then I'm going to add this background color green color. So let's say like lighter green 400. Okay, and here in the on click, I'm just going to update the options mode. Okay, so here let's have the previous value. Okay, so here I'm just going to keep the previous value as it is. Okay, and then I'm just going to set the mode to draw. Okay, I think I did add here the multiple unwanted brackets. Okay, so just a second, maybe I'm just going to remove this completely. Okay, and now I'm just going to add this on click. So here in the on click, I'm just going to update the mode. Okay, so here let's keep the previous values as it is, and I'm just going to update the mode to draw. Okay, fine. And here I'm just going to add the icon, it to be VS pencil fill. Okay, so that's the button for thing. And the next button I'm going to add for selecting the thing. So here I'm just going to add one more button. So here this also, let's give the text size to be extra large, and then options dot mode, if it's equals to eraser, I'm just going to set here the background to green color. okay, and on click I'm just going to update the mode of it. Okay, so here let's keep the state as it is, except that I'm just going to update mode to here I'm just going to set it to select. Okay, and here then I'm just going to close this button, and the icon here it's going to be AI outline select. Okay, fine, and now the one more button for the eraser. Okay, so I'm just going to add a button for eraser. So here it's going to be pretty much same. So let's do one thing. I'm just going to copy the above button. I'm just have to change the mode and icon, right? So here and here, if sorry this it's not the eraser, it should be select. Okay, fine, and here mode is going to be eraser. Okay, and the icon it's going to be for eraser. So this is the mode picker component. So I'm just going to export this mode picker component. Fine, and then after this, let's go to the shape selector. So if you go here, I'm just going to first change the icon here to pencil fill to the something else. So here I'm just going to change to this zigzag, something like CG shape zigzag. Okay, so let's import that. I'm just going to import here CG shape zigzag. Okay, fine, and here I'm just going to import this. Okay, so I'm just going to use this here, and also here I'm just going to replace this with this icon, and we no longer need this, so I'm just going to remove this pencil. Okay, so that's the change in this shape selector. Now going to the toolbar, I'm just going to here two things. So I'm going to rename this to image picker. Okay, so I'm just going to rename this to image picker, and now we can remove this eraser, and okay, so I'm just going to remove this three dots as well, and also the eraser. Okay, and I'm just going to add this mode picker. So okay, so that's the thing. So we can just remove the unused imports. Fine, and that's the change here. So now let's go to the helpers. Okay, so in the helpers I'm just going to for the rectangle I'm just going to add in one more param, which is going to be fill. So this is also going to be optional and boolean. Okay, so here if the after this, if fill is true, I'm just going to call here the fill rectangle function on context, and here I'm just going to pass in the same coordinates. Okay, and width and height it's going to remain the same. Else I'm going to call this ctx dot rectangle thing. Okay, fine. And now in the use draw hook, so going to this use draw, so if you see here, now we'll just have to change here if options dot mode. Okay, so is equals to eraser, so we are just going to set this to destination out. Okay, and also here also here I would like to add again here options dot mode, it's not equals to select. Okay, fine. And also in the used in the handle draw part. Okay, after this, I'm just going to check here if options dot mode is equals to select. I'm just going to set this fill to the color, or I'm just going to add here the color for this 0.3. okay, so and then call this rectangle draw rectangle function, and I'm just going to pass in the context and temp moves and the final x and final y, and then the shift and then fill. I'm just going to send it as a true, and then I'm just going to return here. Okay, so fine. And here in the now there is no eraser, so we are going to set here based on if this equals to mode is equals to eraser. Okay, then after this I'm just going to check here if options dot mode is equals to select. I'm just going to call this draw and set, and then I'm just going to set image image data to undefined, and then return. Okay, fine. And rest is going to remain the same. So that's the change here now. So now let's go and check it out. So now we should be able to select with and see the change there in the rectangle with some background. Okay, so let's go to the output. So let me refresh this. Okay, and I'm just going to join here. So first thing, so here something. Okay, so you see here this is the selector, so I'm just going to draw. Now you see we are able to see the rectangle fill with the selector. Okay, so fine. And this is the mode picker, so this is the draw, this is the selector, this is the eraser. So if you select, rest all should work fine. And now if I click, okay, so the selector is working fine. So now what we will do, so whatever the portion that we are selecting, I want to able to copy this selected part. Okay, so let's let's add that functionality to copy to clipboard. Okay, so first thing, so what we will do here is we are going to add one event again. So here first thing in the so let's go to the code base. So in the types, okay, what's the error again? Okay, so in the move image, now we changed the options, right? So if you just see the types, okay, where is it? eraser. Okay, sorry. So it's going to be just eraser. Okay, here I am missing this part. Okay, this eraser, I think it should be options dot mode thing. So let me change that. So let's me, okay, so here the move part, right? So if you see, I don't see in the move part CTX option. So we did change to so we did remove this. So I'm going to add mode to, okay, let's go to that. So I'm just going to change here mode. So I'm just going to set draw. Okay, fine. So the issue is gone. So now the thing to add the copy thing. So first thing is I'm going to I'm going to the types now. So if you just types, so here for the interface context options, I'm just going to add here the function called selection, and the object called selection. Okay, and here this will have the x coordinate, and then the y coordinate, then the width, and then the height, so which is of type number. Okay, or it can be null, so it can be object with that properties, or it can be null. Okay, so now let's go to our options atoms, and here I'm just going to first set the default here, the selection. I'm just going to set the null value to this, and in hook section I'm going to here export use set selection hook. Okay, so here first thing, let's get the set options using the use set options. Okay, so I'm just going to get this, fine, and here let's have this set selection. Okay, so this here I'm going to set the rectangle object here. So x coordinate, y coordinate, width, and then the height. Okay, so once I have this, I'm just going to set into our options. Okay, so let's get the whatever previous values we have. Okay, so here I'm just going to keep them as it is, except that selection we are going to attach the whatever input param that we are receiving here. Okay, and the same way I'm just going to have the function to clear it as well. So okay, so let's write here the function called clear selection. So here this is going to be empty receiving parameter. Okay, and here let's get the previous value, and I'm just going to return the previous value, and then selection I'm just going to set it to null. Okay, so now at the end I'm just going to export these two things, so which is set selection and then the clear selection. Okay, so now the hooks needed to update the selections property and clear selection properties done. Okay, so now what we will do is inside our mode picker. Okay, so here let's go to our mode picker component. Here I'm just going to get the clear selection here from use set selection hook. Okay, and here in this thing in the use effect hook, I'm just going to clear call this function, and this is going to this will be called based on the options.mode value. Okay, so and here let me disable this. Okay, fine, and now let's create the inside the hooks. Okay, I'm going to create a new file. We are going to name it as a use context. So we were writing the same piece of code in multiple places, so rather than writing, I'm just going to create here, I mean to set the context value. So I'm just going to quickly write the hook for this. So let's name this as use context. Okay, so here let's get the canvas ref from our use refs, and here I'm just going to define one local variable called ctx. Okay, and this is going to be of type so this is going to be of type canvas rendering context 2D. so let's keep it as empty initially, and here in the use effect part I'm just going to get the new context here by getting the context from the canvas ref. So okay, so it's be 2D, and if this new context, okay, I'm just going to set the context. Okay, fine. So and the dependencies is going to be the canvas ref. Okay, and then finally I'm just going to return the ctx value. Okay, so fine, so that's the thing. Now here we are going to make use of this, and also now let me write one more hook, where I'm going to name it as a use selection. So that is where we will be writing actually the code to handle the copy selection. Okay, so here I'm just going to create new file called use selection. Okay, so .ts. so here let's export this use selection. Okay, so this is going to receive draw all moves callback function. Okay, so here and first let me get the context using our hook. Okay, so here, okay, and also I'm just going to get the selection from our the use selection, I mean use options value. and in the use effect, first use effect, so here the thing I'm going to call this draw all moves. Okay, then and if the context is true, I mean not null, and the selection is not null, then I'm going to destructure the x y coordinate and width and height from the selection. So x y, width, height, from selection. Okay, then I'm just going to set the line width to 2, and then let's set the stroke style to I'm just going to add here the dashed line. So let's set the set line dash, and I'm just going to pass in here segments. Okay, 5, 10, and also I'm just going to set global composite operation to source over. Okay, so fine, and then I'm just going to begin the path. Okay, and then I'm just going to draw the rectangle. So here the x coordinate would be x minus 2 and y coordinate y minus 2, and width I'm just going to add +4, and to the height as well I'm just going to add a +4. Okay, and then let's call the stroke on the context, and then close the path, and then I'm just going to set line dash to empty array. Okay, fine. So now this use effect, it's going to depend on the selection and then the context, so I'm just passing in here. Okay, now the another use effect for handling the copy selection. Okay, so here I'm just going to write here one function called let's name this as handle copy selection. So here this is going to receive event of type keyboard event. So here I'm just going to check if the e dot key is C. Okay, and e dot control key is true, and then the selection is not null. So then I'm going to get the x and y coordinate and width and the height from the selection. Okay, so then let's get the image data. So that is I'm just going to store into this image data. So context dot get image data, and just I'm going to pass the x and y coordinate and width and height. Okay, so once I have this, if this is not null, then let's get the canvas. Okay, canvas, and that is I'm just going to create the element canvas, and then I'm just going to set width and height for that canvas. Okay, and then let's define the temporary context. Okay, so here this is going to be get context, and then I'm just going to put image data into this temp context. Okay, so image data, and I'm just going to set the x and the y coordinates as 0 0, and here canvas dot to blob. Okay, let's in the callback function I'm just going to if the blob. Okay, and I'm just going to create new object out of clipboard item, and here this it's going to be of type image slash png, and I'm just going to attach here the blob. Okay, so now I'm just going to navigate, call the clipboard navigator.clipboard.write, and pass in this item. Okay, so this is how we are going to call the clipboard write copying. Okay, so here after this I'm just going to add the event listener to the key down and attach this copy selection. Okay, and in the cleanup I'm just going to stop listening to this key down. Okay, so and handle copy selection, fine. And here this is going to depend on context and selection. Okay, so this is the hook, okay, which is going to handle the copy selection part, and also drawing the dashed lines in the selected part. Okay, so what is the issue? Okay, okay, fine. So I think it's just a loading issue. So once we have this, so now we have this. I'm just going to quickly make the changes in the canvas thing, so under our components that is needed. Okay, so first let's make the changes in the canvas. So here I'm going to get the context from the hook which we have written, so use context. Okay, and I'm just going to remove this. Okay, so that, and here for the socket draw, okay, I'm just going to remove this passing the context, because we moved up to the use context hook, then directly we'll use that here rather than passing it as a parameter to that. Okay, and also this part I'm just going to completely remove this. So that's the change here. And now in the use draw hook, so let's go to the use draw hook. So here I'm going to import the set selection from our the use set selection hook. Okay, and then here so while after this thing, I'm just going to push into the temporary moves. Okay, so I'm just going to push into the temporary moves the final x and the final y coordinate, and also here the shift I'm going to change it to the false. Okay, so let's change this to false. And also here now in this part, okay, so here in the handle ended drawing, after this I'm just going to add here if options dot mode is equals to select. Okay, I'm going to call the draw and set, and then I'm going to get the x and the all x coordinate, y coordinate, and the width and height from the temp moves. Okay, so let's quickly get those things. So and also the width, so width is going to be a temp moves dot length minus 1 of 0 minus x. Okay, and the same the height as well. So temp moves of temp moves dot length minus 1 comma y, minus y. Okay, fine. So here if width is not equals to 0, and the height is not equals to 0. I'm just going to call this set selection and pass in the x, y, width and the height values. I'm just going to set selection with these values. Okay, so and in this, after this, if I'm just going to completely remove this part. Okay, so because we handled above, and also here I am going to apply this only if the mode is not equals to select. So let's put into this block. Okay, so if this is not equals to select, so we are going to emit the draw and clear the saved moves. Okay, fine, and there's a change in this draw. So here so let's move here. Okay, import use set selection. Okay, fine, now let's go to the use moves handlers. Okay, so here also we had this local context thing. So if you see here, so I'm just going to remove this and get the so here we have the, so I'm just going to completely remove this and then I'm going to import this use context. Okay, so here and also and so we just imported this use context. Okay, and I'm just going to remove the unused imports. So fine, and once here I'm just going to call this use selection, and then I'm just going to add so basically let's pass in here. Okay, so fine, and so that's the change. And also let's go to the use socket draw. So here we did remove the context. Okay, so I am just going to remove this parameter. So I'm just going to remove this context check. Okay, so and even here and in the dependencies as well. So mostly even here. Okay, so now mostly these are the changes. So now let's go to the output and check it out if you're able to copy the thing it or not. So there is an issue here. What is it? No, we did change that. Okay, so now let's go to the output and check it out. So I'm just going to refresh it. So let's create a new room. So here first I'm going to write here something. Okay, so let me select the selector and I'm just going to select this. So now the dashed the line rectangle is done. So then I'm just going to press the Ctrl C and I'm clicking the Ctrl V. So Ctrl C and then the okay, fine. I'm not able to copy this. Okay, so looks like there is an issue with the code change that we made, so let's go. There is no issue. I was just pressing the wrong key, so that's the reason I was not able to copy it. So now let's try something, so I'm just and have written this, so I'm just going to select this part. So here, okay, so now I'm just going to copy this and paste it. Okay, so let me refresh this. Okay, let's create here the new room. Okay, so here I'm going to, yeah, so then I'm just going to select this. So let's make me select this. I'm just going to copy and okay, it's going so let's change this. Okay, it's copying this one. Okay, maybe let me restart this. Let me restart the server, and also I'm just going to open in the new tab. Okay, so here let's select this. Now let's click on copy. Okay, there is an issue with the copy. Okay, let me check this out. There is no issue with respect to copy and the pasting part. I was just using the wrong key. So now you see here, I'm just going to, so let's say, let me write something like, select this. Okay, so I'm just okay, and the selector, okay, here, then I'm just going to copy this and paste it. Okay, you see, now we are able to use this and paste this. Okay, so now copy paste is working fine. So now next thing what we'll do, we will let's say, if we have selected, assuming, so I have selected this, and I just wanted to delete by pressing on delete. So now we are not able to do it. So let's quickly add that, deleting the area that we have selected. Okay, so first is let's go to the code base, back to code base. So here let's go to the types. So I'm going to add here first the for rectangle, I'm just going to add here the fill property, which is the boolean type, which is an optional. And here I'm just going to remove this eraser. Okay, fine. And in the now if we just go to our move image, so here we are going, I'm just going to remove this and also and erase, mode is draw, and okay, fine. So now the issue is gone in this file. So going to the use draw hook, so here I'm just going to first thing is, here when it is select, okay, I'm going to first after this let's change the slightly color, and after this then I'm going to add one more fill style. So okay, so RGBA, and I'm just going to okay, fine. And also here we have removed this, so I'm just going to remove this eraser property. And in the use moves handler, okay, we do have errors here. So going to this this. So first is I'm just going to remove here check. So here now we are going to check move options dot mode is equals to eraser, then we are going to apply this. Okay, fine. And then coming down, so here in the rectangle part, so here I'm going to check for no, after beginning this path I'm just going to check if move dot rectangle dot fill is true. Okay, then I am going to fill a rectangle. So here call fill rectangle, and the parameters are going to be same. So I'm just going to pass this, and here then call the fill function on this context. Okay, here else part I'm just going to call this these two things. Okay, so that's the change here. Okay, fine. And then now in the use selection part, so let's go here to the use selection, and here I'm just going to make this return type to be a promise, and here, and also let's import the options from use options value. So I'm just going to import use options value, and here I'm just going to uh, get it from the options, and then let's have the background ref. So you from use refs. Okay, so once we have this in this thing, so quickly I'm just going to make changes here in the selection part, to handle the delete part. Okay, so thing is, let's quickly make the change. So the change here is first thing in the use effect thing, here I'm just going to create here one function callback, and this I'm just going to make this as asynchronous. Okay, and then everything I'm going to wrap inside this. So what I meant is here, so let's take this, and I'm just going to wrap in here everything, and I'm just going to call this. Okay, and here I'm just going to set the stroke style to, so let's set the stroke style to black color, and the remainings is going to remain the and also here I'm just not going pass in the as usual x and y and width and height coordinates. Okay, fine. And then I'm just going to call this function this callback. Okay, so here now in the handle copy selection function, so we are going to check if the not a selection thing, so if it's null I'm just going to return, if not I'm just going to destructure the everything, so I'm going to move up this here. Okay, so now we don't have to check for a selection condition here. Okay, and the rest is going to remain the same. Okay, so I'm just going to keep it the same. So here after this after this after this if condition. Okay, so here this condition, so I'm just going to check for delete key as well. So here if e dot key is delete, okay, and here the selection, okay, so then I'm just going to update, I mean create a move object. Okay, so here first thing, circle, I'm just going to set everything to 0, and the radius y to 0. Okay, fine. And then the rectangle, so rectangle, the fill, so it has to be of type move. Okay, so rectangle fill, let's set it to true. Okay, and width and height, I'm just going to pass the values, and the path is going to be the coordinates of x and y, and then the options, I'm just going to spread whatever we have in this options variable, and the shape, I'm just going to set it to rectangle, and then mode is eraser. Okay, so here then the id, let's keep it as empty string, then image base 64 also going to be empty string. Okay, and then the timestamp, it's fine. So after this, I'm just going to emit the draw, and by passing in the above move. Okay, so and here I'm just going to attach here the background ref along with the options. Okay, so the rest is going to remain the same. So this is how we are going to handle the deletion. So now let's quickly so we are seeing some issue here. What is it? Okay, that's not an issue. So fine, so this is the thing. So now let's go to the output and check it out if we are able to delete the selected part or not. Okay, so I'm just going to say here, okay, so let me select this part. Okay, and I'm going to press the delete key. Okay, yep, so you see now I was able to delete it. Now let's just me select this as well, so let's press on delete. Yep, so I'm able to delete now. So the delete part, I mean deleting the selected part, we are able to do it. So let me try this again. So yeah, so I was able to delete now. So after this, we will try to add improve the you see now I'm just going to improve this color palette. Okay, and also the improve the toolbar, and also try to focus on adding the invite other model. Okay, so let's go to the code base, so let's focus on that now. So here the first thing, let's first clean up some part of the code, and then add the improve that color picker part. Okay, so in the comments sections, constants, I'm just going to define a new file, kind of like default move. Okay, so here I'm just going to define the default move object. Okay, so here this thing, so I'm just going to set in the default values. Okay, so same thing for rectangle, and the path as well. Okay, and the options, shape, I'm just going to set the line. Okay, mode, I'm just going to set the draw, and line width set it to 1, and line color, so here I'm going to change the type of the line color and also add the additional so here selection, I'm just going to make this as a null. Okay, and then the id, it's going to be empty string, then image base 64 empty string. Okay, and then the timestamp. Okay, fine. And here I'm going to change the let's go to the types part. Okay, so if you just go here from the context options, I'm going to make the line color, it's going to be of type RGBA color. So here from React colorful. Okay, and also I'm just going to add here the fill color as well, which is going to be of type RGBA color. Okay, and in the rectangle, so I'm just going to remove this now, so you'll understand why I'm removing this. Okay, and now let's go to the constant here. I'm just going to set here the RGBA to 0. Okay, okay, and 0 and 0. Okay, same the fill color, I'm just going to copy this. Okay, so this is the default move object, and also I'm just going to define one function which is getting the string from RGBA. Okay, so I'm just going to name this as something like RGBA dot ts. Okay, so here I'm just going to name the function name as get string okay, from RGBA, something like this. Okay, so then this would be receiving parameter of type RGBA color from React colorful. Okay, and here I'm just going to add the values, the R. Okay, and separated by RGBA dot G. Okay, then dot B, and same thing for alpha. Okay, so this is the helper function. Okay, so now let's go to the first options atoms. Okay, so here I'm just going to apply the line color and fill color to be these values. Okay, fine, and here line color I'm just going to apply here 1. Okay, so default value, and now quickly let's make changes in the places where we are. Okay, so let's in the canvas component, so I'm just going to here in the use draw hook we are going to add here one more function. So I'm just going to name here this as clear on your move. So we are going to create that. Okay, and also for use so here I'm just going to, so for this I'm just going to pass in the for use moves handlers I'm just going to pass in the clear on your move function as an input param. Okay, so and also now in the move image part, so we don't so I'm just going to import the default move, and let's first clear this everything, and I'm just going to use this default move. Okay, so let's import this. So I'm just going to import default move. Okay, so and in the options I'm just going to remove here and I'm just going to use our default move dot options. Okay, so and the timestamp and id will be already there. So this is how we are going to shorten the thing. And going to the color picker now. So here in the color picker I'm just going to change from the X color picker to the RGBA color picker. So let me change this RGBA color picker, and here the background color I'm going to take help from our helper function, which is get string from RGBA, and then I'm just going to pass in the options dot line color. Okay, and now here we are going to change this to RGBA color picker. Okay, and here in the on change it's going to remain the same. I'm just going to let's shorten this. Okay, so here I'm just going to keep the existing options as it is, and the line color it's going to be this. That's it. So that's a change here in our color picker. So now in the toolbar, we'll add here multiple things. So first thing is let's get the router here, and so I'm just going to use the router, and here I will have one function which is going to handling the exit part. Okay, so here I'm just going to push it to the home page. Okay, so fine. So here after image picker I'm just going to have one div. Okay, so which is going to just empty div, so little background white, and after this I'm just going to have here one button which is going to for to exit as to exit for us to exit from the room to the home page. Okay, so here I'm just going to on click I'm just going to call this handle exit, and here I'm just going to use the exit icon from React icons. Okay, so let me import that. So I'm just going to import here the from React icons. Okay, fine. So that's the change in our toolbar. So additionally I've just added this exit button, and now in the helpers, so in the helpers the thing here after the stroke I'll have to call on the fill function. Okay, thing, and also here as well. Okay, so that's the change. And now in the context, okay, use context hook. So here I'm going to here set the line join and the line cap to round here, so by default. So let me change here. So here new context dot line cap to round, and here line join to round. Okay, that's the change here. So in the now use draw hook we'll have lots of changes to be done. So first thing here is Here I'm just going to discard this completely, okay, and also here the local state, okay, because we have this context, okay. So I'm just going to use this context, and also we no longer need this canvas ref, so I'm just going to remove that. And here let's remove this because we are setting it in the use context. And this is going to be, I'm just going to for stroke style, I'm just going to call the helper function here, get a string from RGBA, and I'm just going to pass it here the line color, and also I'm just going to add here the fill style too. So this is going to be same options dot fill color, okay. So that's the change here. Then so just after this I'm just going to call drawn set, okay. And so in the now here I'm just going to remove in the handle draw part, okay. So in the handle draw function I'm just going to in the options mode select part, okay. So I'm just going to remove this fill style part, okay. And then I'm just going to call the set context options, okay. That's it. And now we'll have here the new function. So that is clear on your move, okay. So here I'm just going to call it your drawn set function, and then I'm just going to set the image data to undefined, okay. So that's this simple function. And here in this handle hand drawing, and I'm going to check here and also if temp moves is not empty, then I'm just going to call here the clear on your move function where we are defined just above, okay. So fine. And in this move part I'm just going to add it here the default move. So let's import this, default move, okay, fine. So now let's go here to the move part. So I'm just going to remove the image thing, okay, and also the timestamp and ID, fine. And here I'm just going to remove this part. So just we are just cleaning and maintaining in a good way, okay. So I'm just exporting this. So that's it in this thing. And let's go to the use move handlers here. So first thing, as I we added the param, so I'm just going to add here the param for this function, so which is clear on your move. So this is going to be a function, okay. So here let's first this thing. So stroke style and fill style, I just have to import the get string, get string from RGBA. So and then I'm just going to pass it here the line color and do the same for the fill style. So get, and here I'm just going to pass in here the fill color, Okay, so that's the change here. And going here now, after this, in the circle part, so here after this stroke, I'm just going to call it on the fill function. And in the rectangle, we do have an issue here. Okay, so here I'm just going to completely remove this. So fill, because we did remove, right? So I'm just going to copy this, here, and I'm just going to completely remove this part. Okay, and I'm just going to call on fill. Fine. And after this, here I'm just going to call here the clear on you move function, the callback. Okay, fine. And the dependency also I'm just going to add here, clear on your move. Okay, that's the change here. Now going to the use selection. So here we do have in the delete part, so I'm just going to remove here everything. So let's import the default move. So let's import this. Okay, what is the issue here? Okay, so I'm just going to move up this. Okay, so let's go down here, and here let's add the comma, and fill no longer there, we did remove, so I'm just going to remove that. And the rest is going to remain the same, except that in the options part, okay, I have to add the fill color. So here it's going to be 0 for all the RGBA values. Okay, fine. And I'm just going to remove this default values, because this is going to cover that. So this is the, okay, what's the issue? Okay, let's, fine. And so this is the change. So I did add the alpha to color section, so that is an RGBA, and we did change. So now let's have a look. So okay, let's remove first which are we are not using. So I'm just going to remove the things wherever we are not using, and in the toolbar, so I'm just going to, okay, and in the color picker, okay, fine. And in the move image, fine. So mostly this is the issue. Sorry, it has to be RGBA. Okay, fine. So yeah, so now let's check it out. Okay, so hopefully there should be not much change. So I'm just going to refresh here. So let's here, okay, let's go for the color. Yeah, you see now we do have for the both the things. Okay, so this is the line color, and the other is the fill color. Okay, so fine. And now the next thing is I'm just going to improve the color palette a little bit. So let's go to the color picker. So if you go here, I'm just going to change some parts here. So So I am going to add in here, the button. So let's completely remove this. What I mean to say is uh, so the thing is, I'm just going to remove here this thing completely, and I'm just going to add the new button. So let's give the styling for this. Okay, for now let's not give anything. So here on click, I'm just going to toggle the open value. Okay, so here let's close the button. Okay, and I'm just going to here add one icon called this palette fill. Okay, and everything let's wrap here. Okay, and for this motion diffuse, okay, I'm just going to remove this top. Okay, and let's add the margin top. So some space I'm just going to give here, some say 24. Okay, and here after this I'm just going to add here the title for this, so called line color. So let's make this to be a semi bold. Okay, and the text let's black, and the title let's say this as line color. Okay, fine. So now after this line color, I'm just going to add here one more RGBA color picker for fill color. Okay, so here let's give some styling for this. Okay, that is just I'm just giving a margin bottom so that there'll be some space, and after this I will have the same thing, font semi bold. Okay, and let's make the text black color. Okay, and here I'm just going to give the title as fill color, and I'm just going to copy this, and here I'm just going to pass in here the fill color, and here we are going to update the fill color. Okay, and here we no need margin bottom. Fine. So and also I'm just going to remove this button. So this is the change. So in the color picker, so we just added the title for line color and fill color, and the additional RGB color picker for fill color. Okay, so now here we are not using this, so let me remove this. Now to the shape selector, so I'm just going to change the for circle, I'm just going to change to different icon. So here I'm just going to add the different icon, this be a circle. Okay, so this I'm not going to use it, so I'm just going to remove this, and here as well I'm just going to change it to be a circle. Okay, so that's a simple change. So let's go and have a look. Okay, so I'm just going to refresh it. Let's so this is the thing, the color palette. So now we have to for line color and fill color. So this is the line color, so I'm just going to select the red. So now if I draw, the red should be there. So same for the fill color too. Okay, so that's the thing. And now let's here I'm going to improve the toolbar thing. So first is let's what I meant to say is I'm going to improve based on I'm going to change the icons and the order and which of the toolbar, and also see the sizes of them. I'm going to make it big so that it will look good. Okay, and so let's go to the code base. First thing in the color picker itself. So what is the issue here? Okay, there's no issue. So here I'm just going to disable this, if it's not equals to draw. So here, so disable if options dot mode is not equals to draw. So only if it's a draw we'll activate this, or else we'll be disabling this. Okay, that's this simple change here. And history buttons also. So here I'm just going to remove this, disabled opacity for both of the buttons. Okay, and now going to the line width picker. So here I'm just going to here add the disabled as well for this thing. So same condition, so disabled only if options dot mode is equals to select, then this will be disabled. In rest of the cases it will be active. Okay, and now going to the mode picker. So here let's your first thing, what is the thing here is, let's reorder the eraser and the select. Okay, so I'm just moving the select up. Okay, eraser up and select down. Okay, so simple. So fine, and that's the only change here. Okay, and now going to the shape selector, I'm just going to here I'm going to add again the disabled option. Okay, so for the this button. Okay, so let's again I'm going to increase the text of this button to 2 times extra large, and also the disabled. Okay, so same thing, so this will be disabled if options dot mode is equals to select. Okay, and the remaining is going to remain same for other buttons also. I'm just going to increase the size to 2XL. so rest they're going to remain the same. So in the toolbar I'm just going to add in here the for sharing one button. So as of now no functionality, I'm just going to add the button here. So here so let's add here. Okay, so I'm just going to add here the button. So text, let's increase the size to 2XL. Okay, so I'm just going to increase this. Okay, here on click for now I'm just going to leave it as empty. So and here let's add the icon from React icons, which is iOS. Share alt. Okay, so I'm just going to import that. So let me import this. Share alt. Okay, from fine. So here that's the change. Okay, in this toolbar, that's it. So now let's go, and now we should see a little bigger and also a little improved. Okay, so I'm just going to the output, so refresh the page. So I'm just going to enter. Yeah, so now if I select here, so the sizes of them is little changed. Okay, and I've added the share thing, and also this is working. Just what we are doing is we're just navigating back to our home page. Okay, and remaining the same, I just changed the order, and this is looking good now. And here I'm pressing this, it's going to log out to room. Okay, so again creating new room. Okay, fine. So just small improvement in the toolbar part. Okay, and now we'll focus on the adding the invite to other users, I mean the model for that. Okay, so for that I'm just going to create a new component inside our room models folder. So we do have that, so let's minimize the things. Okay, I'm just going to create here the new folder inside the room. So I'm just going to name this as models. Okay, so let me create here the new file called share model.tsx. okay, so here let's define this component share model. So here first thing is I'm going to get the ID from our use room hook, and also the close model from our the model state. Okay, that is use model. And then I'm just going to have the local variable to set the URL. So here use state, which by default I'm going to set it to empty string. And in the as soon as this gets mounted, I'm just going to set the URL to window dot location dot location dot href. Okay, and here that is as soon as it's mounted. So fine, that's this. And also I'll just have the function which is going to copy the URL. So here I'm just going to use the navigator dot clipboard dot write text. Okay, and then pass in the URL here. And now let's focus on the UI part. So everything I'm just going to wrap inside the div. So let's make this as relative and flex, and the direction I'm just going to make the column. And let's make the items to be centered. Let's have the rounded medium thing, and then background let's make it white, and padding in all direction 10, and padding top I'm just going to reduce a bit 5. Okay, fine. So first is I'm just going to have the button, which is the close button, close icon. Okay, so here I'm just on click, I'm just going to call this close model, and the styling for this, let's make this to be absolute and top right corner. Okay, so let's change this to top one. So fine, and here I'm just going to use the AI outline close icon from React icons. Okay, after this I'm just going to have here the first header, which is going to say the invite. Okay, let's make the text size 2 times extra large, and let's make it to be bold. And I'm just going to give the title here is the invite, and then the next header, so which is going to be the room ID. So here inside the p tag I'm just going to wrap it here, and let's make this as inline, and font let's make this to be bold, and I'm just going to get the ID. Okay, and after this I'm just going to have the div which is going to have the input with the value, the URL, and the button to copy that URL. Okay, so here this div. Okay, so let's make it as a relative, and I'm going to have margin top 2, and here the input, and the type it's going to be a text, and value in it, it's going to be the URL thing, and it's only read only. And the styling for this, let's make this as input, and width I'm just going to make it 96, and the button here, so button, so let's make this absolute, and it should be in the right part. Okay, and let's give here height to be full, and on click I'm just going to call this handle copy function, and the text of this button is going to say copy. Okay, so fine, and I'm just going to apply. Okay, so just, and then I'm just going to export this component. So we do have now the model ready. So the thing that we are going to, so let's go to the toolbar. Okay, so in the components and the toolbar thing, so here first let's create here, I'm just going to get the open model from our use model. Okay, so here then I'm just going to have the one function which is going to say, like, handle share. So here I'm just going to pass the share model component which we have just created to this thing. Okay, so yeah, and now here in the share thing, and then I'm just going to pass this handle share function. Okay, so that is the change here, and so here to the share model I'm just going to give here the rounded, let's give Excel, and let's have this border and padding 5, and in the fine. So yeah, and so yes, and also in the model components. Okay, so common section, so if you go here model manager, I'm just going to make this as absolute. Okay, so let's make this as absolute. Fine, so yes, so let's go on check. Now we should be able to see the model on clicking on this sharing icon. Okay, so here I'm just going to click on this, so we are seeing the model with the icon and room ID, and then the copy button. Okay, so fine. Okay, let me open it again. Okay, but I am not able to close this. Okay, so there is an issue with the closing. So what we'll do, let's apply the for the portal. I'm just going to, okay, so let's go to our styling. So here I'm just going to apply here the Z index to be 0. I'm just going to remove this. let's keep it the same. So let's go now and check it out. Okay, yeah. So now I'm able to, I just set the z index to 0. So opening this, close, we are able to do that. Okay, fine. And that's the thing, to share the model and with the link copying with whatever we have in the server windows location.href. Okay, and this is going to copy it. So if I click on this, so now here I'm copying. Yep, it is copied. So fine. And now what we'll do, I am going to add the limit uh, to the room. That is, let's add the limit to the max number of users that can participate in a room. So for that, let's go to the server file. Okay, index.ts. Okay, so here I'm going to keep a check here. It's not just a room now, room. And if the room dot users dot size should be less than 12. Okay, only then we'll be allowing, or not. If it's exceeding 12, we are not limiting to, we are limiting only to 12 users. Okay, so that's the change here now. And also let's add that helper text inside our not found component in the home section. So here I'm just going to add here the, so I'm just going to edit this. So room with here I'm just going to say not found or is full, something like this. So okay, and here I'm just going to add here, try to join room later, something like this. Try to join a room later. Okay, so that's the change here. And in the name input component, I'm just going to change a little bit. Okay, so in the room components, so here in this, so I'm just going to get the open model here. Okay, from our use model, and that I'm going to use here, that is in the here. If it's a failed thing, I'm just going to add the additional here I'm just going to showcase this model. So that is not found model, and then id I'm just going to pass in the room id from server. Okay, so fine. So that is it, and I'm just going to add that here, the open model. Fine, so that's the change here. So this is straightforward, so not needed much to showcase. Just we're limiting the users to the 12 users per room, and then if it's exceeding, we're just going to show the model with this, it's full, or try to join later. Okay, and now the major thing that I wanted to focus on is, like, let's leave the option for the user to select the backgrounds that he wanted to. So as of now, we'll add the 4 backgrounds to let allow the user to pick from. So let me add first thing, I'm going to add the state for recoil state for background. So accordingly, whatever the user is picking up, we can maintain that state. Okay, so let's create the new folder called background. So I'm just going to create here a new folder called background. Okay, so background, and here first let's create the atom file. So background dot atom dot ts. Okay, so first thing, let's name this as background atom. Okay, and this is going to be of type object, which is mode can be dark, or it can be light, or and the lines thing, so which is of type boolean. Okay, and here the key for this, I'm going to set it as bg, and the default I'm just going to set mode to light. Okay, and lines to true. Fine, so this is the atom, and now let's create the new file for hooks. Okay, so background dot hooks dot ts. Okay, so here quickly I'm just going to create here use background. So here I'm going to use the recoil value, and pass in the background atom. Okay, and here in the use effect hook I'm going to get the root, so that is window dot document dot document element, and if bg dot mode is equals to dark, I am going to set class list dot remove. I'm just going to remove the light, and then I'm just going to add the dark. Okay, fine, and else I'm just going to do the opposite. Okay, so here remove dark and add the light. Okay, fine, and this is going to depend upon background bg dot mode value. Fine, so here I'm just going to return the bg from this use background. Similarly, I'm just going to create one more hook, use set background. So use set background. Okay, so here, so I'm going to use the use set recoil state, which is I'm just going to pass a background atom. So here let's have the one function set background. Okay, so mode can be of dark, or it can be of type light. Okay, same the params. Okay, and lines which is of type boolean, and here we are just going to use the set bg and pass in the mode along with the lines. Okay, fine, and I'm just going to export this set, return set background from this. Okay, and let's have the what's the issue here. What is the issue? I don't see. Okay, okay, let's come back to this. Okay, and the index file. So here I'm just going to export our atom. Okay, export default the background atom, and then I'm just going to export use background, and then the use set background. So let me import them, and yep, so fine. And yeah, so now we have this ready. So let's quickly use this in the components. Okay, so first I'm going to go to the board background component. So here I'm just going to first get the background here. So let's get the background value using our background. Okay, so here I have to change here the fill style. So fill style, it's going to depend upon the mode. So bg dot mode. So if this is equals to dark, so I'm just going to set this color. Okay, else the white color. Okay, fine. And these things, okay, so these things we are going to add a condition for this. Okay, if bg dot lines is true only, then I'm just going to apply this. Okay, so here yes, and also just before this I'm just going to document body dot style dot background color. I'm just going to set based on if this is equals to dark. I'm just going to set it to this. If not, I'm just going to set it to white. Okay, so and here I'm just going to pass in the bg also. Fine, so that's the change in this background part. And in the minimap, so in the minimap component, here in the use effect part, okay, I'm just going to add the method floor for this, so that will not mess the properly handle this. Okay, fine. And also I'm just going to for this I'm just going to remove this background. I'm just going to add the shadow. Okay, so I'm just going to add this shadow part, and to the mouse position I'm just going to add the additional stylings here. So the select none, and the transition I'm just going to apply the colors. Okay, and if it's dark I'm just going to apply the text color to be white. Okay, fine. And in the chart component, okay, so I'm just going to remove this border from the styling. So now let's create a new component inside our toolbar. I'm just going to name this as background color picker. So background color picker, so let's say like background picker. Okay, so first thing, before even this I will create one model for this. So inside our rooms, okay, we have the model. So I'm just going to create here new file. So I'm just going to name this as background model.tsx. okay, so let's create this model, background model. Okay, so here I'm just going to use the close model from our use model hook, and then the set background from our use set background. Okay, and then the I'm just going to get the bg from use background. So here in the use effect part, first thing I'm just going to call this close model, okay, and here, and this is going to depend upon these two things. Okay, fine. And here I'm going to create here one function which where I'm going to name it as render bg. So here this is going to receive the ref, which is going to be of type HTML canvas element or the null, okay, and then the mode, so it can hold the dark or the light, okay, and then the lines, which is of type boolean. Here let me get the context, okay, so ref dot get context and 2D, okay, fine. And if the context is not null, so first thing I'm just going to check if mode is equals to dark. I'm just going to apply this color. If not, I'm just going to apply the white color, okay, fine. And the now I'm just going to call here the fill rectangular function, and by passing the x and y coordinate and just the width from the canvas and the height, okay, fine. And if the lines is true, I'm just going to use this, okay. So and here stroke style, it's going to depend upon the if it's dark, I'm just going to apply this let's say, okay, this color, okay, and if not, I'm just going to apply this, and this is going to be just ctx dot canvas dot, okay. So here also fine. And okay, so did we change in the background also? No. So here as well, so I just have to change here, so based on that, so if bg dot mode is equals to dark, so we are going to apply this. If not, we are going to apply this, fine. Okay, so now let's go to the background model. So here, then after this, let's focus on the UI part, okay. So let's wrap everything inside the div and make this as a relative and a flex, and direction I'm going to make column, and this is going to be centered items and rounded. Let's have medium, okay, and background, let's make this as white, and padding in all direction, let's give 10, okay. So first is the button to close the thing, so I'm just going to take it from, okay, let's write this, not a problem. So button, okay, on click, I'm just going to call this close model, and the styling, so let's make this as absolute and the top right, okay. So top 5 and right 5, okay, fine. And here I'm just going to use the a outline close icon, okay, fine. And then the header, so let's give the margin bottom 4, and also text size, let's make 2 times XL, and font type, I'm just going to make it as a bold, and the title, it's going to be choose background, okay, fine. And then the div, so here it will have the 4 canvas parts, okay. So this is going to be grid, and I'm just going to have the 2 columns. So let's have the 2 columns and also 2 rows. Okay, and let's have the gap between them 5, and here I'll have the first canvas. So let's have the styling. So height, I'm just going to set it to 48, and width let's 64, and the cursor pointer, okay, and round eye let's be make it medium, and border I'm just going to apply to, okay, and this tab index I'm just going to apply 0, okay, and the width is going to be something like, let's say 256, and height I'm just going to set it to 192.5, and here on click I'm just going to set the background to dark, okay, and the lines to true, okay, and the reference I'm just going to call this render bg function by passing in the reference and the dark and the to true, okay. So then I'm just going to close this. So like this we'll have the 3 more things. So just I'm just going to change the on click and ref part, okay. Okay, so for the here I'm just going to change it to light, and here to light, and this is going to be dark, and we just no lines for this, okay, and here as well, and here both the light and light are lines also to false. So I'm just going to set this to false and these two false, okay. So and let's export this, okay. So export this thing background model, okay, fine. Now let's go to our background picker. So here let's quickly create this component. So const background picker, okay. Here I'm just going to destructure the open model from our use model hook. So I'm just going to return one button. So here I'm just going to not going to style anything for now, let's leave it as it is. So here on click I'm just going to call this and just going to pass in this background model which we have just created, and the text here I mean we are going to add this CG screen icon from React icons, okay, and then quickly export this background picker, okay, fine. So now let's go to the toolbar, okay. Here I'm just going to okay so here in the tool bar, and I'm just going to add here the background picker. So just before I mean let's say before the share I'm just going to add here background picker, okay, fine. So that's a change in this toolbar, and we have this. So mostly that is it. So and also let's add to the tailwind config I'm just going to add in here dark mode, okay. So here I'm just going to add in here to class, okay. So fine. So Okay, so these are just the issues, okay, with the ordering. So I'm just going to move up here, the same thing. So okay, so for now those are like ESLint issues. Okay, let's go to the output. And so here we do have so let me refresh this. Yeah, so we do have this icon. So now clicking on this should open the model with the 4 options for us. So by default it's white with lines. Okay, so let's select this. Okay, so I'm going to select this. So clicking on this, now it's changing this. Okay, so fine. I think the differentiator isn't good here. Okay, we'll see that. And I'm just going to select the white. Okay, so now we are able to change the background successfully. That's cool. So this is how we will be changing the background color. So we have provided the 4 options to the user to choose the white and dark with the lines and no lines. Okay, so fine. And now so let's make modifications, to I'm just going to add UI. I'm going to make some UI changes to to see to look better on the smaller devices as well. So first let's go to the home component. So here in the home component, here in the UI thing, so first for the div, I'm just going to add here the padding y direction and 24, and also if it's a smaller screen, and let's so I'm just going to here remove the text extra and make this to 5 times XL, and also I'm just going to remove the margin top. Okay, and if it's a smaller screen, I'm just going to set text to extra. Okay, fine. And also to the this header, I'm just going to change the text size to XL. Okay, and the if it's a smaller screen, I'm just going to set the text to 2 times XL. Okay, so that's the small change in this, and let's do the same in the other components. So in the users list, okay, in the users list component also, I'm just going to change here height and width to 5. Okay, let's change to this. And here text also, I'm just going to here make the text size to be extra small. Okay, so extra small. And if it's a medium, I'm just going to apply the height to be height, and same thing for width. Okay, and medium, and I'm just going to apply text to be base. And if it's a large, I'm just going to increase the height. Okay, and also the same for width. So just the UI modifications to look better on our smaller devices. Okay, so same thing, let's go to the minimap. Okay, so here I'm just going to create so I'm just going to create here one function which I'm going to name this as divider. So let's use the use memo from React here, so we don't have to calculate here again and again. So if width is greater than 1600, I'm just going to return the number as 7. And here if width is greater than 1000, I'm just going to return the number 10. Okay, here if width is greater than 600, sorry, I'm just going to return this 14, okay, or else return 20, okay, and this is going to depend on the width value, okay. So this I'm just going to now instead of passing in the constant thing, I'm just going to use the divider here, okay, fine. And now this I'm just going to pass in here the divider, fine. And same thing here for this, I'm just going to apply here the divider. So the minimap size also will be changed accordingly based on the device screen width, okay. So here as well I'm just going to apply this divider, and here as well. So that's the change here in the minimap, okay. So in the chart component now, so here in the chart component I'm just going to I'm going to apply this left thing only if it's in the small screen, okay, and width also this width as well only if it's a small screen, okay. And also I'm just going to add in here what's the issue, and here let me add the z index, okay, fine. And width I'm going to make full. So looks like there is an issue, okay. So I'm just going to remove this, okay, fine. So yep, that's the small change here. And in the color picker, so for color picker again, here so rather than it's not equal to draw, I'm just going to set if it's equals to select, okay, fine. And now this thing I'm just going to make by default apply 10. If it's a smaller screen, I'm just going to apply the actual one, the 14, okay. So that's the thing. And the text here also, and I'm just going to if it's a darker, I'm just going to apply text color to white, and I'm just going to apply margin left 3, fine. So that's the change. And for fill color also we're going to do the same. So let's have the margin, and if it's a dark, I'm just going to make the text color white. So same thing let's do in the shape selector. So here for the div I'm just going to add here this z index, okay. So let's add the 10, and let's have the border for this, and if it's a medium, I'm just going to have the border 0, okay, fine. So in the toolbar we are going to have some changes here. So here I'm going to first get the width from the use port size, viewport size. So here width, use viewport size, and also I'm going to have one state variable. I'm just going to name this as open. So here let's by default set it to false, okay. So now here I'll have one use effect. So here what we will do in this is if width is greater than or equals to 24, I'm just going to set opened to true. Okay, else I'm just going to set opened to false, and this is going to depend on the value of the width. So I'm just going to call this, add this width. So here I'm going to use the motion div here for the toolbar. So completely what I mean to is, so let's have the fragment. Okay, so here for now, I'm just going to move in here. Okay, so first thing here is I'm just going to have the button here first. Motion, I'm going to import from framer motion. So okay, so import motion. Okay, so here I'm going to get the button. Okay, so let's apply the styling for this. Okay, so let's make this as absolute, and the bottom I'm just going to apply here the thing, and let's have the left negative left thing, and z index I'm just going to apply 50, and height and width I'm just going to apply 10. Let's have the round it. Okay, so completely full. Okay, and I'm background I'm going to make it black, and the text color let's make 2 times extra large, and transition let's make it none, and larger I'm just going to hide it. Okay, fine. And animate part. Okay, so here rotate, I'm based on the opened value, so it's 0, or else I'm just going to set 180. Okay, and transition duration let's set it to 0.2. okay, and his I'm just going to set this default is. Okay, and on click I'm going to toggle the opened thing. Okay, so here opened thing. Okay, so in this we would have the icon this chevron, right? Okay, so let's import that from our React icons. Okay, so here I'm just going to import that, which is this. Okay, so from React icon slash file. Okay, so and I'm just going to move these things up. Fine, and so after this, I'm going to add one more div, and everything I'll be wrapping inside that. Okay, so here I'm just going to make this to motion.div. okay, and here let's not let's change the styling from flex to grid. Okay, so I'm just going to add here grid, and let's set 2 columns for this. So I'm just going to set 2 columns, and let's and remaining it's going to remain same. And also if it's so here if it's to Excel, I'm just going to set grid calls to 1. Okay, Okay, so and also let's add the animate. So here based upon the x which opened, I'm just going to set it to 0, else 180. Okay, so and then the y thing, so y I'm just going to set it to negative or 50%. Fine. And the transition, so duration I'm just going to set it to 0.2, and ease, the default ease. So here let's set this to minus 160. Okay, fine. And I'm just going to remove this style now. And next the this it's going to remain the same. I'm just going to apply here. If it's this, I'm just going to hide it this. Okay, and okay, so let's have the same div like this. I'm just going to apply here. Okay, so and the remaining I'm just going to keep it as it is, and except let's make a slight changes. Okay, so here again I'm just going to use the same thing, and let's have this divs. Okay, fine. And then the background color picker, and so I'm just going to leave that as it is. Okay, so now these are the changes. Okay, let's quickly have a look at it. So I'm just going to refresh this. So okay, let's enter this. So we have changed to this grid. Okay, and let's inspect this. Okay, and here I'm just going to, okay, let's fine. So I'm just going to see, you see here, so this is the button. So this is going to open for us the if it's a smaller, and also the width of this is reduced. Okay, so this is what you see, it is changed. So now it is looking quite good for smaller UI things. I know here the icon, it's better to add some icon, but I'm not worried much about cosmetic things. Okay, so here as usual, so just changing the color, I'm just going to set it to thing. Okay, and okay, so on clicking on this, it's going to close this, and it's looking good for smaller devices now. So this is how we make the things the responsive. Okay, and one more thing, let's uh, for touch devices, I wanted to remove the mouse position. So for that, first thing, I wanted to do here, the mouse position is, we'll have to change that in the mouse position component. So here, okay, so let's get the const. I'm just going to create here one variable, which I'm going to name this as touch device. So window dot I'm just going to check match media, and here I'm just going to check for pointer which is of course. Okay, so here and if this matches, okay, so if this matches, then I will have this, and though in this interval I'm just going to add the condition again. It's not equals to, I mean not a touch device, then we are going to do this. If here if touch device, I'm just going to return null. Okay, this is the simple change. Okay, and also let's quickly change the name input here, I mean the form part. Okay, I mean the styling. So here I'm just going to add here margin in the y direction. So and okay, fine, and this I'm just going to make a text to be extra only if you're on the small screen, and by default I'm just going to apply 5 times XL, and I'm just going to remove this margin top. Okay, so fine, and this is the change, small change, and same for the this h3 thing also. So let's apply for small screen big size, and for rest of the thing I'm just going to make it as extra large. Fine, and in the mini map, okay, so the here also will make slight modifications here. So here mini map, I'm just going to I am let's not destructure here. I'm just going to name this to board position, and then I'm just going to create here two state variables to set, and to for x and y. So here use state, same thing for y coordinate. Okay, now this thing, and now I'll have one use effect here. So here I'm just going to have this, unsubscribe. So I'm just going to name this here board position dot x dot on change. We are just going to update this x value, and I'm just going to return this thing, and this is going to depend on this x value. Okay, so we'll do the same thing for y thing too. So I'm just going to update this y. Okay, and okay, so here once I have this, now in this use effect, so I'm just going to call here the board position dot x dot set. Okay, and so I'm just going to do the same here, and now this is going to depend on this board position, sorry, dot x, and dot y. Fine, and now we have that x dot get. So rather than that, I'm just going to pass in this the value, I mean the local values that we have created. So here minus x, and here the minus y. Okay, it's fine. So yeah, that's a small change here. That's it. So now in the touch devices, if you see, you will not see the mouse position. So that is it. So here let's try to see that. Okay, so I'm just going to enter here okay, so let's So in touch devices will not see this. Okay, now we are seeing, so we cannot showcase you, we can test it out. Okay, fine. So that's the, we remove touch. And now the main thing is now I wanted to move the selected part. Okay, so let's say that you drew something on the screen, okay, and you wanted, you selected that, and now we added the deletion part and also copying the selected part. So we will add the same thing for selected, the moving, one if we have selected some piece of the thing. So here if I wanted to move this selected part, so that functionality we will focus on adding. So this is going to be a slight big change, so let's focus on this part now. So for the that to implement, so first let's add the refs to that in our context, room context. Okay, so here in the context thing, so here I'm going to add in the one ref called selection refs. So this is going to be of type the ref object, and this is going to be HTML button element array. Okay, fine. And also I'm going to change the move image type from string to object. So this will have the base 64 which is of type string, and then the optional x and y coordinates. Okay, so fine. And then this also will be changing now. So I'm just going to this is going to be dispatch set state action. So here this is going to have the base 64 of type string. Okay, and the same thing, x of type number or undefined, and the same of the y coordinate, number or undefined. So I'm just going to yep, fine. So this is the change. So now here in the here I'm just going to set it here the base 64 which is of type string. Okay, and the x coordinate which is of type number, and y coordinate. So initially I'm just going to here no, so this is going to be of this type. So here base 64 I'm just going to set the to the empty string. Okay, and I'm just going to export here the selection refs. Okay, fine. So that's the change here, and so accordingly we will have to make changes. So I did make changes. Okay, I think it's taking no issues. Okay, fine. So first thing is I'm going to create here one new component inside our board folder. So I'm going to name that as selection buttons. Okay, this will have 3 buttons, one for the moving part, one for copying and one for deleting. Okay, so this component will have all of this. So let's name this component as selection buttons dot tsx. Fine. So here I'm just going to name this as selection button. So first, the things that we need here, the selection from our the use options value. So here, and then the selection refs from our so I'll have to export it from use refs. So let's go to that first. Okay, in the hooks part. Okay, so here I'm just going to export this. Fine. So now let's go to the selection buttons. Okay, so I'm just going to get this from use refs. Fine, and I'm just going to define two variables, top and left. Here, if the selection is true, then I'm going to get the coordinates from the selection, this x and y, and then the width, then the height from the selection, and then at top I'm going to calculate in this way. So math dot min of y comma y plus height minus 40. Okay, similarly the left I'm going to calculate using the x thing, so x comma x plus width. Fine. Else I'm just going to set left to minus 40 and top to minus 40. Okay, fine. And then I'm just going to focus on the UI part here. So everything I'm going to wrap inside this div. So let's make this as absolute, and top 0, left 0, and I have this z index 50, and I'm going to make this flex. Okay, and items, let's center it, and justify also, let's center it, and have the gap between them two. Okay, and have this style for this. Okay, I'm just going to pass in the top comma left. Okay, so here in this div we'll have three buttons. Okay, so first button is for moving it. So let's have this, I'm going to circle this. Okay, and have this gray color, and let's have the padding, and I'm just going to get the ref, and here if ref. Okay, and this selection refs dot current, then the selection refs dot current of 0 would be this ref. Okay, so and the this I'm going to have the move icon from React. Okay, icons. Okay, so here arrows move. Okay, so the same thing for the copy and delete too. So let's copy this. So we are going to change this now. This should be 1, and then I'm just going to change, this is going to be 2. Okay, and here I'm just going to change these icons to fy copy. Okay, and here I'm going to change here to delete. Okay, so which is delete icon. Okay, so this is the selection buttons component. So here I'm just going to export this component. Okay, so okay, fine. selection refs, I did export it. Okay, so maybe it's not loading. Okay, fine. So now we did make change there. So now we will make changes in the component wise, so wherever it's needed. So first thing, in the here in the room hooks. Okay, so you're handling the adding the my move part. Okay, so I'm going to change this. Okay, so here first, let's get the previous values. Okay, so first thing here, if previous dot my moves of previous dot my moves dot length -1 and options, okay, dot mode is equals to select. Okay, if this is true, I'm just going to return this previous values, and then I'm just going to update this my moves with previous dot my moves, and I'm just going to slice from 0 to this -1, and then I'm just going to add this move. Okay, so else I'm just going to return this. Okay, previous and my moves, I'm just going to thing. Okay, so pretty straightforward the change. Okay, so now in the saved moves hooks. Okay, so here adding the saved move. So here again I'll check for if moves dot options dot mode, okay, is equals to select. I'm just going to return here. Okay, so fine. And now in the room part, I mean in the room component, I'm just going to add the selection buttons component which we have just added. So here in the room component, so I'm just going to add here the selection buttons. Okay, fine. Now let's go to the canvas. So here I'm going to remove this. Okay, and also the control this one too for dragging. I'm just going to remove them, and here I'm just going to add the one more function called handle key down. So here event is going to be of type keyboard event. So here set dragging to e dot control key. Okay, so and also I'm just going to add a window dot add event listener to key down, and here I'm just going to pass in this handle key down function, and here I'm just going to add remove listener to this same thing. So to key down handle key down. Okay, fine. So that's the change here. And in the minimap, okay, so Here I'm going to remove this property now for the minimap. And yeah, so let's go to the minimap component. So let's remove this thing. So that is, I'm just going to remove this, because we moved this to a room context, right? Okay, so this is going to be this. And now I'm just going to create one local variable, so which is like, dragging minimap. I'm just going to name this as dragging minimap. So here, set dragging minimap. Initially I'm just going to set it to false. Okay, and here we are going to listen to this only if this is not true. Okay, so here I'm just going to move this here, and I just have to add now the dependencies here, the dragging minimap. Okay, same applies to the y coordinate as well. So here, if this is not true, then I'm just going to, okay, so here, sorry, okay, fine. And here now in the on drag start and on here, I'm just going to set that. So I'm just going to here set dragging mini map to true, and here I'm just going to set it to false. Okay, so fine. So that's the simple change here. And now let's go to the move image component here. So here this default values. Okay, now I'm just going to move these things here down. Okay, so it can be 50 or the move image dot x value. Okay, so here as well, so we just added the variable for this in our context. Okay, and in the use effect part also. Okay, so I'm just going to create here in the use effect, if move image dot x. Okay, then I'm just going to set this to the x value, else I'm just going to set the default 50 value. Okay, same thing applies for the y coordinate. If move image dot y, I'm just going to set the y coordinate, and else I'm just going to set it to 50. Okay, fine. And now this is going to depend upon this image x, image y, and then the move image dot x value and move image dot y thing. Okay, so fine, that's the change here. And now here it's going to be move image dot base 64. Okay, so that's the change. And also here set move image, it's going to be base 64 to empty string. And here, if this is move image dot base 64, fine. And I'm just going to here I'm just going to remove this accept button. Okay, and I'm just going to add the div here with the tick mark and the close mark. Okay, so here I'm just going to wrap those two inside the div. I'm just going to make this as absolute, okay, and let's make the bottom to full, and margin bottom I'm going to have 2. Let's make this flex, and the gap I'm just going to give 3. So here first button for the tick mark, okay, so here let's make this circle, okay, and let's have the background some gray color. So I'm just going to apply this, and padding 2, and here on click I'm going to call this handle place image, okay, and the icon for this, it's going to be AI outline check, okay. So same thing here, one more button here, it is for closing. So here on click I'm just going to call here the set move image to set the base 64 to empty thing, and this icon, it's going to be AI outline close, okay. So that's the change here. Now this is going to be move image dot base 64. So that's the change in this move image component, okay, and I just have to move these things up. So fine, so that is the change in those file. And now let's go to the image picker, okay. So here I just have to change the things. Now I just have to set this for base 64 rather than to default, okay. So that's the change here, and the same thing here as well. So okay, fine, that's the thing. And in the Hustra hook, so the change here, first thing I'm going to get the first, let's get the I'm going to get the two functions. One is handle and adding the move, and then the set selection and clear selection, okay. So here handle the add my move from the use my moves thing, and here I'm going to import destructure this clear selection as well, okay. So now here the change we'll have to make would be mostly here, okay. So here we will have to check for the width and height values, and accordingly we'll have to change them, okay. So the major change here would be if a width is less than 0, okay, so I'm going to decrement that by 4, okay, and x I'm just going to increment by 2, okay, and here width I'm just going to increment by 4, and x I'm just going to increment by decrement by 2. Same thing for height. If height is less than 0, we are going to do the same thing for height for on y coordinate as well, okay. So okay, so here now the check is if width is less than 4 4, or the width is greater than 4, greater than 4. Okay, and height is less than 4. Okay, or height is greater than 4. I'm just going to call this. Okay, else I'm just going to clear the selection. Okay, so and here we'll have to change this to let, so then we can change them. So I'm just going to change it to let. Fine, that's the change here. And one more thing here in the health part, I'm just going to call this handle add my move, and then pass in this move. Fine, so now let's go to the move handlers. So there is an error here. Okay, so I'm just going to move this up. Fine, and going to this move handlers. So here let's let's import the clear selection. So I'm just going to from the use set selection. Okay, so that I'm going to here in the draw move function, here when I'm just going to add in here one after this, if the move options dot mode is equals to a select. Okay, so I'm just going to return from here. Okay, and this part I'm just going to move down the line. So here after this, if this thing, then this is what I'm just going to call it here. Okay, and in this your move thing, after this I'm just going to call here the clear selection with the 100. Okay, fine, and now I'll just have to add here the clear selection dependency. Fine, and now in the handle undo part, I'm going to check for first the if move dot options dot mode is equals to select. I'm just going to call this clear selection. So else if this, I'm just going to add the saved move. Okay, so that's the changes in this thing. And now going to the use selection part. Okay, so here let's create here one temporary selection variable. So I'm just going to name this as thing, and initially let's assign the values x and y and to 0, and width and height also I'm just going to set 0. Okay, so first is I'm going to get the selection refs. Okay, so and also I'm going to get the set move image from our use move image thing. Okay, so once I have this here, I am going to first check for the condition here. If temp selection dot width is not equals to selection dot width, or the temp selection dot height is not equals to selection dot height, and the same thing for the x and y coordinates, so then only I'm going to call this. Okay, so here and for the same y coordinates. Okay, so here then I'm going to call this callback. Okay, and here in the destroying part, if selection is not null, I'm just going to assign it to temp selection. Okay, so that is the thing here, and so now the main core parts, okay, for copying, deleting and moving, so we are going to handle now. So after this, I'm just quickly going to write the function called dimension. So here quickly I'm just going to wrap this inside our use memo from React. Okay, so here if selection, okay, so I'm just we did write here on this just now this part. Okay, so I'm just going to copy this part, this. Okay, so let's go here. So if this is true, I'm just going to get the x, y, width, and then the height. So from the selection, and I'm just going to paste this. So if it is less than 0, it's going to be just vice versa. I'm just going to add this, and x coordinate I'm just going to decrement, and this is going to thing and add this, and here okay, so fine, that's, and then after this I'm just going to return this x comma y comma width comma height. Okay, so then I'm just going to here the dependency is going to be selection. Okay, then after this, and I'm just going to return the width 0 and height as 0, x 0 and y also as 0. Okay, fine, that's the thing. So now let's have the to make a blob, let's define that as a function. So that is so let's make that a separate function. So I'm just going to name this as make blob. So let's make this as asynchronous, and this is going to receive one param with the bg, which is of type boolean and optional. And here if no, not selection, so I'm just going to return null here. Okay, and then I'm just going to destructure the x width and height from the selection, and here the image data. So mostly I'm just going to take this now. So here this part. Okay, so here I'm just image data, then canvas, here I'm just going to create the two things. Okay, so here let's copy here this as temp canvas. Okay, so I'm just going to rename this as well. Okay, and here the temp context, I'm going to get it from here, and now if temp context is not null and also the bgref current both is not null, then I'm going to get the background image. So that is bgref dot current dot get context, that is 2D. Okay, and then I'm just going to get the image data by passing in the x coordinate, y coordinate, width and height. Okay, so once I get that, if bg image and with bg, then I'm just going to put image to this temp context. Okay, so bg image comma this, fine. And also here let's have this one more using this temp canvas dot get context. Okay, so I'm just going to put image data, the image data into this coordinates, and then I'm just going to draw image on this temp context by passing in this temp canvas this coordinates. Okay, so finally this blob. Okay, so const blob, this is going to be of type blob. Okay, so here I'm just going to return here the promise, and here in the callback function canvas dot to blob, and I'm just going to here blob generated if blob generated. Okay, so sorry, this in the callback function again. Okay, so fine, so if this is things, I'm just going to pass to this resolve. Okay, and finally I'm just going to return the blob from this thing, else I'm just going to I'm just going to remove this everything, and I'm just going to return null. Okay, so here, so this is the function to make a blob. Okay, similarly we'll have for creating the delete move. Okay, so same thing, so I'm just going to name this create delete move. So here same thing, if not selected, I'm just going to return null. Okay, else I'm just going to destructure. So let's kind of take this. Okay, so here I'm just going to get the values. Okay, and here let's define the move object. So let's spread the default move, so I'll have to import that. So let's import default move. So we do have already, so no need to worry. So here the rectangle, I'm just going to attach the width and height values, and the path I'm just going to attach this x and y coordinates. And for options, I'm just going to attach the existing options, and then the shape I'm going to pass it as a rectangle, and the mode I'm just going to pass it as eraser, and fill color I'm just going to pass the zeros to all values R, G, B and alpha. Okay, fine. And finally I'm just going to emit here the draw event, and by passing in the move to the server, and I'm just going to return move from this function. So this is create delete move. So the one more function I'm going to create, which is going to handle the copy part. So here I'm just going to name this as handle copy, and let's make this as asynchronous. Okay, and here let's get the blob first from the function which we have just written above. So here by passing in the true. Okay, and here if it returns blob, I'm just going to call the clipboard on the navigator thing, and write it to so here I'm just going to create a new clipboard item of this is going to have the image slash png comma, I mean this is of the item of type blob. Okay, and after this, then in the callback, okay, so here, okay, so I'm just going to showcase the toast that copy to clipboard. So here let's say the title here it has copy to clipboard. Okay, and here I'm just going to position top center, and the theme I'm just going to set colored. Okay, so that is the thing. Now inside our the use effects, I'm just going to remove here everything. So let's, rather than removing, I'm just going to create, and we are going to delete that below parts. I am going to create one function called handling the selection. Okay, so let's make this as asynchronous, and this is going to receive the event of type keyboard event. So here if e dot key is equals to c, okay, and the e dot control key, then I'm just going to call this handle copy function. Or else if e dot key is the delete and the selection, okay, then I'm just going to call this create delete move. Okay, and then I'm going to add the event listener to this key down, and here then pass in the so here I'm just going to do this in outside. Okay, and then I'm just going to pass in this handle selection. Okay, and in the on cleanup all, I'm just going to stop listening to the, that is, remove event listener key down, and pass it this handle selection function. Okay, and the dependencies for this, it's going to be background ref. Okay, and then create delete move, then the context, and also the handle copy, and then make blob options. Okay, and then the selection. So these are all the things. So I'm just going to here add here TypeScript. Okay, so I'm just going to so yeah, I'm going to do the same for above functions as well. Okay, fine, and that is the handle selection. And the same thing, one more use effect to handle the selection move. Okay, so here use effect, this is to handle the so I'm just going to create here one function which is handle selection move. So let's make this as asynchronous. Okay, so here first, if selection is not null, then I'm just going to get the blob first, so by calling in the make blob, and if no blob, I'm just going to return. Okay, else I'm just going to destructure the x width and height from our selection, sorry, from the dimension. Okay, so once I get them, so I'm just going to create your new file reader object. Okay, and then I'm just going to add this read as data URL by passing in the blob, and here reader dot, I'm just going to add event listener to load end. Okay, and then here let's get the base 64 here from our reader file reader. So result, I'm just going to convert it to string. So here if base 64, then I'm just going to call this create delete move, and then set move image, and then I'm just going to pass in the base, and then the coordinates of x and y. So it's going to be x plus width, and y it's going to be y comma y plus height. Okay, so that is here, and this function. So after this I'm going to check for the refs. Okay, if this is active, so I'm just going to get the refs into 3 variables. So first the move button, so it's going to be first value, and second is for the copy button, so it's going to be the first index, and then the delete button, so here it's going to be the second thing. Okay, so then I'm just going to add event listener the click, and pass this selection move. Okay, and same thing, I'm just going to add event listener click, and here pass the handle copy for the copy button. Okay, so and for the delete button also, I'm just going to add the click event, and then I'm just going to pass in the create delete move. Okay, and then in the callback, I mean in the destroying part, I'm just going to remove the event listener on each of them. So click OK, and here handle selection move, and the same for the copy button, remove event listener, the handle copy part. Okay, and then the delete button, I'm just going to remove this event listener and pass in the create delete move. Okay, fine. And just after this, let's not do anything here, and the dependencies for this is going to be create delete move dimension. Okay, and then the handle copy function, and then the make a blob function. Okay, and then the selection refs, and then the set move image. So these are the dependencies. Okay, and then I'm just going to end this. So, and rest of the things I'm just going to remove these things. Okay, fine. So this is the so I just have to add here. Okay, fine. So this is the how we are going to handle the three buttons on the moving part, that is move and copy and delete. So mostly now okay, let's move up this. Okay, in the context. Okay, fine. So hopefully now if we go we should able to see that feature. So I'm just going to check this thing. So let's go to the output. Okay, so let me refresh this. Let's create. Okay, in the room context. Okay, let's go to the room context. This is selection refs. Okay, I didn't define here. There's a reason I'm getting these shoes. Okay, so here I'm just going to create here selection refs. So this is going to be use ref. So this is going to be HTML button element array, and I'm just going to set it to empty array initially. Okay, so now mostly we should not see that issue. Okay, I'm just going to enter a room. There is an issue in selection buttons again. So fine, so now going here let's destructure them again. Okay, so now let's check it out. Hopefully, so let's check it out now. Okay, so yeah, fine. So now let me select this. Okay, so now I want to move this. So clicking on this, yep, see, now I'm able to successfully move and apply the same. And also let's do the same thing for copying as well. So the toast is fine, and I'm just going to press yep, so the copying is also working fine the way we wanted. And let's select and delete the thing. So I just want to delete this, so pressing on this should delete. Okay, fine. So the three buttons that we added, so that is moving, copying and delete is working fine. Okay, so yeah, now let's little bit improve the dragging part. Okay, so I'm just going to the code. Okay, let's go to the code base. So in the canvas part, so here by default I'm just going to set the dragging to true. Okay, and here after this I'm going to add one use effect, so which is going to set dragging to false. Okay, and here the no dependencies for this. Okay, fine. And in the use draw hook, so in the hooks part, okay, here I'm just going to add one variable here. So here I'm just going to define this as add move is equals to true. Okay, and then here in the else part, I'm just going to set add move to false. And in here now in this thing, okay, here I'm just going to check if else if add move is true, add move is true, then I'm going to handle call this function handle add my move. Okay, so that's the simple change in the for dragging thing. So now let's add the drag button in our the UI, and also make the models responsive on our mobiles thing. Okay, so first is I'm going to make quickly the changes in the components. Okay, first I'm going to the home component. Here let's add some condition here. The thing here is we are going to emit the joint room only if room ID is not null. Okay, so that's the change. Okay, and also I'm just going to here username I'm just going to restrict only to 16 characters. Okay, so fine, and that's the change. And it also in the name input component. Okay, so let's go to that same thing. I'm just going to here, okay, dot slice, fine. And now let's go to the canvas. And I'm just going to add this button. So here after this minimap I'm just going to create one button. Okay, and let's define the styling for this. Let's make this as absolute. Okay, and let's add the bottom 14, and let's add the right to be 5, and give z index some 10, and let's have the rounded extra large corners. Okay, and if it's a medium I'm just going to add reduce the bottom gap is 5. Okay, and here based on if it's dragging I'm just going to set the background to green color. So let's say like a medium green. Okay, else I'm just going to apply the zinc let's say some 300. Okay, and the text to be black. Okay, fine. And just after this let's apply the padding and also I'm just going to make the text size to be large, and text color by default let's have the white. Okay, and here in the on click I'm just going to set toggle this dragging value. So here I'm just going to toggle this. Okay, and now I'm just going to add here one icon which is like arrows move. Okay, so that's the change here in this thing. And also I'm just going to here, let's do some change here. Here I'm just going to remove this and I'm going to rename the handle down to just key. Okay, and let's pass the same function to both of them. Okay, so here as well. Fine, so that's the change in this canvas component. And now in the use selection, okay, so we do, okay, I'm just going to move this up. Okay, let's not worry about this ESLint. Okay, let's go to the use selection. So going here, I'm just going to change here and the callback thing. So here I'm going to make little changes here. So I'm going to call this function inside this thing. Okay, and also now I'm going to wrap everything inside this set timeout. Okay, so here I'm just going to wrap this whole part, okay, inside this set timeout, and here I'm just going to add the milliseconds as 10 milliseconds. Okay, so that's the quick change. And now going to the background model, so here let's make this as responsive. So here in this grid, okay, I'm just going to remove this so I'm going to make this columns too only fits in the smaller screen, and also I'm just going to apply, and the rows I'm just going to remove this. Okay, fine, so now it looks better. And for the shade model as well, let's make the little change here. The input, I'm just going to apply here the small screen for this. Okay, so that is it. So now let's go, and we should be seeing the drag button on our UI. So going here, let me refresh this. Okay, so here now we do have this drag button. So here so if I click on this, we should see the green background. Yep, so I'll be just able to move through our canvas. Okay, so fine, it is looking good, quite good now. And finally we're almost done. I'm just going to do yeah, so pretty much this is it. This is the whole application, and so I'm just going to press on this. Okay, selecting, so everything is cool. So this is the whole application, and I hope you guys learned a lot, and hopefully if you guys liked it and learned something from this, please subscribe to my channel. And like these projects, I'm going to share a lot of them on my channel. Please like this. Okay, so yeah, and also after this, I'm just going to add a lot of cosmetic changes and also ESLint configurations, and I'm going to update the commands in our package.json file. So some additional things, but all the functionality that we did would be the same. So I'm just going to add them, and then going to share you the GitHub link. Okay, so thank you so much, and please subscribe.